There's that. Alright, so that's working now. And why are you not picking up anybody? Okay, there. Last week we left off. We had 2 weeks of downtime, which 3 weeks of downtime, 2 of which most people used for leveling up. Third week was used for various things such as hunting down creatures, developing new meta magics, etc., etc., etc. Some shopping, and then exploration into the wilds to attempt to understand certain weapons was also made. And beyond that, it was pretty chill. Pretty chill sessions. So the way that everything ended is basically you all got back to where you were going to go. Oh wait, sorry, you guys also tried to do more research on the dungeons themselves, and I don't think you really got much out of it. Yeah, you basically found out, what you found out about the dungeons is that until your party and one other party came along, no one's ever gotten through one of those dungeons, or at least gotten out alive. So you are the way forward. You are paving the way for generations to come. So so you learned about the history of the world a little bit, that things were not necessarily better 100 years ago, but they certainly weren't as bad as they have been at this time. At the very least, political turmoil wasn't as strenuous. Nobody wanted to challenge the keeper. The kingdoms had no problem putting their doubts in Finbricks. And it is only because of player intervention that there wasn't a civil war. Or rather, a rebellion. Then, as the session ended, you were all teleported to a room that was basically kind of like it was made of marble, white marble. Yes. Some of you might recognize it, depending on when you joined the campaign. I know Jolly won't recognize it because she was not here for this, so this is the first time she's been to a room like this, per se. Where are you? Waiting room. After your moment of blinding light, you find yourself in this room, and the somewhat familiar figure of Mazric stands before you. Is that better? Mazric. You went through like the 5 stages of motion there just now. He just kind of stares at you guys. I realized I might have been a little rude in just kidnapping you. So if you need time to at least pick up some supplies real quick, I can, let you out to do that. But otherwise, yes, the dungeon is ready for you. That's... Well, if you're trapped in here for the next 100 years, you might want to bring food. If you need food. Maybe water. Sure, sure. We can achieve that right now. In fact, it'll be your second lifetime. Or no, it would be your third lifetime.
Why do you have a 2 at the end of your name?
Reading behind the lines, you don't see that.
Very well.
Because the first Master's character sheet didn't want to work. His first character sheet was so long and had so many abilities that it was crashing Foundry to open. So I had to reevaluate.
Since we're going to be, going into the dungeon master, should we ask him? I mean, I can't ask you guys telepathically because he's going to hear anyway, and you're hearing this now. So I know I'm being kind of rude here. I might as well just ask. Why don't you exist? At least officially. Obviously you're real and terrifying, but you don't come up in any records or histories.
Now I step away.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. I don't exist. That is one of the dangers of this dungeon. You risk being erased from all sources of information, from everyone's memories. This dungeon is perhaps the most dangerous of all the Aeon dungeons because it doesn't follow a theme. I'm sure you figured it out when you went through the Shifting Sands. But there was a theme, there was an overall objective to that dungeon that you had to follow, and it is what kind of guided you through, whether you understood that that's what was guiding you or not. This dungeon doesn't have that. The architect of this dungeon made it much more complex and sinister. And I have been I will not count that question for you, Simomar, as I am supposed to present you with a, shall we say, signing up bonus. Because... What was that? Do you... If people want to... It gives you a look. Okay, let me finish my spiel here and then ask your question, if that is the question you want to ask. As a sign-on bonus, I am going to give each of you the chance to ask one single question. If it is within my realm of understanding and I know of it, I will answer truthfully, honestly, and as thoroughly as I'm allowed. I said I wouldn't have to count towards you, since you didn't know it was coming. And to expound upon your question, I don't exist. What you see standing before you is merely a locomotive, a vehicle. If I were really here, most of you would die.
My darkness afraid of them still, or
So far, the suppressions you guys felt the first time do not appear to be affecting you.
I have my question.
Sure. Let's start with you.
Are you happy with what happened here?
He pauses and he's just kind of staring for a second. Do you mean the vehicle or the entity in the vehicle?
I say both.
Well, the vehicle can't have an opinion. He doesn't exist anymore.
But if you are the vessel for, I guess, what was once the vehicle, would it have had an opinion before he existed? Was he scared in his last moment?
Very.
No?
He was very scared in his last few moments.
Got it.
As for me, I was given a lot more work than I wanted. And all because the struggle of twins. No, not those kind of twins. The actual, like, they were born at the same time. The flame and the frost. No, not in this dungeon.
Mark has his hand up.
Yes, Fondar.
If there was one item that was available to us that would help us get through this dungeon,
That is a good question. No. I have a few ideas, but I need to from Mazarik's point of view, there's a difference between the ideas I'm thinking of.
I did say it would be available to us.
True.
Oh, the item card? The Ford.
A Seeker's Compass would serve you very well in this dungeon.
I was hoping to, you said earlier that we could go supply.
He'll snap his fingers and you hear the door behind you unlock.
Okay, I'll step out, go to Link's place and get a Seeker's Compass.
Yeah, it's like 50 iridium.
Oh wait, is that the common item?
No, uncommon.
Oh,
Slightly better than the common one. Yes, sir.
Can I step out for a second so I get some supplies?
Sure. Oh, and one thing I would be wary of while those two go and do their shopping. I hope you don't rely on your mythic arcanum. I hope you don't rely on the mythic arcanum.
I'm gonna use my once a day legend lore. What's the mythic arcanum?
It's literally the name for anime powers, but it hasn't been used in like centuries.
I'm gonna use my cantrip to ask a question. If there are any. How can I get my mythic arcanum in an area where it's usually not available?
They're gonna give you a good answer. The architect of this dungeon is the author of the powers. If a specific floor has been designated as the off limits for those powers, then there's nothing you can do. What's a good way to put this? They weren't so heartless as to say that none of the floors those powers can work. But if your powers are disabled, then there is a good reason. And they should reactivate on the next floor that they're allowed.
Out of character question. For the purpose of going back and buying supplies, I don't know what I want yet, but can I say that I use 6 vouchers? I'm kind of looking on 584 since I don't want to hold everyone else up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, I'll let you know once I want.
Roger that. Griffin Saddlebag 2.
I have a question too, but I'm willing to find it more of a request. Oh, sure. Not that this is going to have anything to do with actually helping us survive this place, but if we do get out of here at some point in time, whether alive or dead, and Vondar becomes the next emperor, would you be willing to sponsor a new knightly order with me to help secure the realm and unite epic rank adventurers?
It's a complicated one. While I would have no problem doing so, I may cease to exist after this little foray into the dungeon.
I would prefer that that didn't happen, because the realm could be capable of beings like yourself.
The realm is sort of beneath me. The fact I'm here at all is scaring some very potent individuals. I haven't been to the surface since... It kind of looks off distantly for a second. I don't know if your recorded time goes back far enough to express the last time I was here. Yes. The keepers were put in place so that I could do my job without being distracted. Were. There are no longer. There is just one. What you call the material plane, also known as Alarak, was not the only material plane. It is just the only one left. And you have the last wall to thank for that. As they were the ones who stopped the disaster that would have broken this plane.
Well, now I have more questions.
I can try to answer them, I just don't promise that I'll be as honest as I was with your one.
I know it's probably going to be far outside of our capabilities, but what would one have to do with the wall then?
Oh, that was well within human mortality. Or sorry, those don't exist anymore. Such a shame. They were an interesting race. It was well within a mortal's purview. It was a simple wish. It was just a very well defined wish.
I've heard
Yes, it's the demonic invasion. Sorry, the fiendish invasion was sort of the orchestrated end of this plane. But with the last wall stepping in, they were able to avert that disaster and contain the threat for at least 100 years. Well, more like 80, but who's really counting in such small numbers?
so the 80 years was when Thea and the rest of what are we called again? The
Golden Twilight.
got together back when it's been so long. Alcrest was still a city, and that's when the second incursion by the Fiends happened.
That was 80 years later. That was in the year 100. Campaign 3 was literally less than a year. You're fair. Yep, no, you're fair. Fair. But yes, no, that was in the year 100. Yes. Yeah, the 80 years between, which is basically the events between Campaign 2 and Campaign 3, was basically a lot of political turmoil happening. That's when the Elven Civil War broke out. That's when the dwarves stopped kind of working with everybody. Like, they didn't outright oppose the Black Empire, but they didn't really support it either. They just kind of were there. As you guys have kind of seen in this campaign, the effects of that happening. They've lost a lot of monetary resources, let's just put it that way. And that's due largely in part to Surtur's influence. He was basically the one whispering in their ear to do that. Because he was mad that he got kicked out of the Divine Realm. That's what a lot of people said, but you know. While you... Wish. Well, Wish is versatile. It can perform anything of 8th level and lower, so it makes it very hard to beat the use of that spell. Beyond that, to expand upon the idea, spells may not be useful here. Or rather, they will always have the use that they do. But much like the wild magics that roam and affect your plane, certain things cannot be overridden by spell in this dungeon.
You know, I should probably go get a wooden stick that isn't just a +1 stick.
Take the time.
While I'm at Lynx's, I'm gonna grab a rope climbing and a movable rod and vouchers ready to come.
Yeah, he'll have those laying around.
Just useful items. You never know what dungeon needs.
So everybody but Cardboard Cutout and Jolly have stepped out now. Oh, yes. No, Samar said he was going to get a stick.
Well, I think technically Joey stepped out too.
Oh, that's right. That's right, yeah.
Technically, I don't need a stick. I just have to
Wait. You mean your Sword of Plains is more than just something that rips holes in time, fabric,
Yeah,
and
it's a
space?
+3 sword.
There you go.
I guess I'm using a real weapon for once.
Normally, everyone gets that weapon and uses it all the time, and occasionally would use it for other things. You're just like, no, this sword just puts holes in space and I go places.
Yeah,
Then I put it
exactly.
away and I use this other one.
As I'm like, I can't really benefit from. I mean, if I get a +3 wooden stick, then I can use Shillelagh to get all my damage dice up to a D8 and use Wisdom instead of Strength. But all my stat scores are 27 anyway, so 29. So it's not a big difference.
Jed, I'm gonna send you a list of ones.
You're saying
and
the
I'm gonna try
belt
to get...
is not worth it and you want to give it up. Because then you can't use your other combinations to
I
get
feel like you're twisting my words, my good sir.
I gotta put the light on. It's getting dark in here. I'll be right back.
Check.
I can hear
Hello.
Wait.
Pardon me.
Oh, no, you're fine. Everybody, well, since you're the only one in the room right now staring at Magic because he let everyone else out to go shopping real fast, because he did just kind of abduct you without warning. Masrick. Scary planar being who's told you that you either die or fighting him or in a dungeon.
Oh, right.
And he would get us when the dungeon was ready, and then at the end of last session, apparently the dungeon was ready.
I see.
Oh, and since you were a cardboard cutout, which means you would have heard this, you just weren't physically present. You basically get to ask him one question, and as a sign-on bonus, because you guys didn't argue and just said this is what we'll just do this rather than trying to bargain your way out of it. You get to ask him one question, and if it's within his sphere of knowledge and he hasn't actually knows of it, he will answer truthfully and honestly and thoroughly.
He told us about the reason why he has had more work recently is because he's had to deal with the twins, which are not me in field, which are something called fire and frost. And my question was, do we have to deal with them? He said, not in this dungeon.
Also, based on the entire conversation, I have a suspicion this is the firstborn using a guy who doesn't exist as a puppet.
Yeah, that's what I figured too. What advice does he have for us to best advise us through the dungeon?
I would say that was technically asked already, so
Okay.
if you would like to retract that so that you can ask a different question.
Well, goddamn it.
Whoever asked the question, tell Vasile what they asked and what their answer was. So we
I asked for an item that would, what item he would recommend to help us get through the dungeon, and I got a seeker's compass. I left and got one from Link.
Okay.
For spell, what would be best useful in there, and he gave me wish.
But he also gave you the caveat that spells will still be useful, but may not be as useful as you'd like them to be, because like the wild magic that roams your plane, certain effects cannot be overridden with magic.
I asked about why he doesn't exist, and he said it was because of something that happened in the dungeon.
He basically said that it has the power to erase you.
So my question wasn't answered. We had what item and what spell would you recommend bringing? Whereas mine was a more general. What advice would you give?
Oh, he also mentioned that we won't be able to rely on our enemy powers here.
As the architect of this dungeon is the literal creator of these powers.
Were they all turned off, like proficiency and stuff like that?
According to assuming Jolly shared the information she got from the spirits that she asked. According to the spirits, it's not so much that they're off all the time, but they may be off on certain floors, and there's a reason why they're off.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just like, do I need to go and change up my character sheet to like change up like passives, like proficiency, things like that? But yeah, okay.
I'll tell you when that comes into
most
play.
likely.
Because that's gonna be my old ass thing. Anyway.
General.
Power count as an anime power?
That was a good question. No, Virgo and Gemini and Taurus. Just saying that out loud. Don't count as anime powers. Oh, sorry, not Taurus. Scorpio. I'm sorry. Ironically, not how that power works, but that's kind of funny. General advice. Do you still want to stick with that question?
No, I'm gonna fucking go in a I wanna
Go.
know where my entire family are.
That's not the question I thought you were going to ask, but fair. But now that you've asked the question, I will just state this out loud. He could have told you who your mother was. Your father and your first brother, your oldest brother, are currently in black. Hang on. I've called it a few names, so give me a second to go look what I actually labeled it as for you guys.
Mega jail.
Ukulele jail.
Basically, yes. It's black something. I originally called it Black Gate, but then I realized that's the name of a prison from another game that I really didn't like, so I could go with a different name. It is black. Where are you? DM's map, where are you at? Did I put in the Black Plains? I did. I don't know why I saved this in the Black Plains when it's literally the whole world. That's okay. Black Depths Prison.
What?
Black Depths Prison.
Gotcha.
And because you asked for their exact whereabouts, approximately 50,000 miles to the east of the northern desert and 55,000 miles west of the frozen north. As no, they're like in the middle of the ocean. That's why it's called Black Depths. Yeah, just remember there are spells for disrupting, finding things. So that's problem. So scrying and stuff is probably not permitted there. And as far as your middle brother, your second brother, is concerned, he is currently hiding out. Sorry, I accidentally drew on my. Nope, stop it. Stop drawing on my map. Paint. He is hiding out in Mythseros. Mythseros. It's the elven capital in the southwest of the map. Oh, I suppose I should tell you where your mother is. He has to answer honestly. Plane of Magic.
Information. Well, except for that. This is exactly where I was expecting to be.
Alright. I finished the list of voucher items, but there's 2 legendary items I do want to buy, if permitted.
Okay.
Posted it in my chat.
Alrighty. One moment. Riven.
Respectfully, not set up.
No, I'm asking. I'm gonna say something to Riven real quick. Riven. He's going to respond by saying, "Ask Mazurk."
No. Never mind the last item then.
Yeah, thought I would be candid with you. The rest of them, yes, you can find and purchase or use a voucher for.
Oh, add them to my sheet.
I have returned. Because I realized I didn't need to go shopping. By the way, is magic functioning in this room?
It seems to be.
Oh, good.
I think we're all set.
Yeah. Hey, Fastile's not a cardboard cutout anymore.
I also found out the whereabouts of my family.
Nice.
I used my question for fuck.
Hey,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
better than mine.
Well, I mean, I just asked him if he could sponsor me making a nightly order when Vondar becomes king, but he said that he might not exist after this Aeon dungeon, so. You know, Mazric, I'll shoot you another question. Obviously, you don't have to answer honestly, but why did you pick going through an Aeon dungeon as I guess the activity that you want us to go through with you?
Oh, I didn't pick.
Well, I mean, it was either go through an Aeon dungeon or get murdered by you. So.
Oh no, those were Fenwick's options.
Oh. Oh. Does Fembrix have like a keen interest in us now? I mean,
In the same way that a rival has interest in competition.
oh,
He changed his mind about being emperor.
No, but his son may or may not want to be emperor.
well, his son still has to complete the Spark of the King, right?
Yes. That makes you guys the greatest threat in competition to his throne.
Oh.
Because I will tell you right now, no one has completed the Spark of the King except Vondar.
Is his son an idiot?
No, he is.
Because Vondar only wanted to become the king to make sure an idiot didn't get it.
He is my nephew?
Is it your vessel's nephew or you?
Good question.
Sorry, great nephew. I forgot. Fenrix is in between us.
Your vessel's great great nephew, or you use great great nephew?
Yes.
Got it. Plot thickens.
Dun dun dun.
Well, I guess it makes sense why we got thrown into a this place then. So had we gone with the option of fighting you, obviously we would have died. Would you have exploded our souls, or would we have been resurrected afterwards?
That is just an unfortunate side effect of having to fight me.
I'm glad we did the Aeon dungeon.
That's why I told you I don't come down here very often. But don't fret. You wouldn't be the only ones. If you had somehow roped Thea into this, his soul would have just exploded just as easily as yours.
Oh.
Though I probably wouldn't do that because that would mean more work for me. I already have enough work to do as it is.
Have you thought about taking on apprentices so you can do less work?
Unfortunately, the laws state that I can only have one, and he is already doing his job.
Why don't you just dismiss him as an apprentice?
Because he's more. I took him as an apprentice to make sure the world stayed intact. He was literally one of two people who almost ended your entire existence. For the second time. He actually laughs out loud. I suppose.
What was the question? Oh. Figure I'm gonna need this drink. Yeah. And then I still owe him the favor afterwards. That means Axiom's gonna grow back up, right?
Yep. I haven't statted out a young Dragon Chaos Drag though.
Hey,
So,
Axiom. Go ahead, Jolly.
no, you got it.
Don't you have a question to ask?
I've been pondering it. You realize that you realize you are not the one who brought me here. Which means he brought me here. Ergo, I think I do have to be here. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling like an ant right now. What's smaller than an ant but still living? A mite?
So, I do have one pretty important question. It's my last one I have. In this dungeon,
Sure. Most of them should be in languages you understand.
It won't like turn me into like a fly or anything or something bad, will it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, thank you very much.
Hey, Vondar.
Yes.
You couldn't tell at any time whether this guy was lying or not, right?
Yes, actually, he could. There was one time he could tell that he was lying. When Semar asked, you or your vessel's you, he said yes, that was a lie.
Okay. No.
Okay, thank you.
I'm all out of questions to kill time.
So, if my darkness is over here, right? So if anyone relies on dark vision to see me, you don't see me. But what you do see is a basket with a couple of things.
Cool.
Axiom does have a question. If it was Finbrix who put forth this trial and has issue, why are you here?
That's a good one.
And his answer would be, the pillars that support your plane are out of balance due to tragic events, which you may or may not be indirectly associated with.
Was that with Suitor or the party?
Only two of you would be indirectly responsible, and one of you directly responsible. Yes. Yes, you were there. Over. Oh no, Suitor was nothing but a fly. I could snap my fingers and create a new one of him. I could create a dozen of him. He wasn't unique. He was just loud. No, I'm talking about 20 years ago.
Oh, do tell. Oh, it's the guy that we're not supposed to talk about.
Your former party, Simamar, was directly responsible for that creature's birth.
Oh.
Not that I myself blame them in the scenario that happened. It just was probably the natural due course. You didn't have any way of knowing that's what was going to happen. But still.
It's good knowing I'm never the result for any problem. I'm just here.
But because that creature was born, your pillars were desecrated, and only 6 of them have been rekindled.
Way we can fix the others.
Yes, it would have to be more of them choosing you. 3 of you already bear those pillars.
Oh, you're talking about the constellation.
Yes, they are more than meets the eye. They are very useful powers, but they also act as balancing agents. The Celestial 12 were very important. Their death was more than problematic, to say the least. The only reason your plane is still standing is because Lynx was elsewhere. But it looks like the rest of you are gathered. You found your trinkets, your tools, your useful knickknacks. Does that mean you're ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
I shall be observing you from the observation room. Good luck. You'll need it. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention I'm the administrator to this dungeon?
Oh.
That's why I don't exist. Once you become an administrator to a dungeon, you're kind of bound to it. And the one who is occupying me like a skin suit is not exactly the best feeling. So, he claps his hands and the giant doors behind him open. I hope you truly are prepared. It will not be pleasant. And with that, he vanishes.
Well, I'm freaked out.
Trying to.
I remember I just wanted an adventuring party. Those were the days.
This is the bad part. There were good parts, but this is the bad part.
I mean, hey, I got to go to speeds I didn't even know were possible on a giant bird. I'm content in life now.
25% of the group is adventure. 75% is guilty by association.
At least he knows it.
There's no such thing as problems, just jolly little mistakes. I'll poke him in the belly. You're as jolly as you want to be.
Our movement's locked. I can't run away.
You're stuck here forever. You'll die here.
I'm literally stuck here forever because I'm undead with the ring on.
I keep forgetting to ask. Grim, is your title on right now?
It hasn't been on since April 8th.
Okay, good. You reminded me that you had that title on Wednesday, and I'm like, oh yeah, that might be relevant. Stomar just slowly dies because he's in your presence. And that is why the Undead Killer title is very dangerous. Does everybody go through the door, or is there going to be any preparation before you walk through said door?
I'm going in.
I'm gonna hold it as a weapon in my hand and walk in.
I cast resistance and then go in.
We get fried death
A-
inside.
As we walk in, I pull a familiar bottle that is similar to Jolly's and start drinking from it. Because I also have the bottle of endless coffee.
Now, hopefully this behaves itself.
It was the first item I ever got.
Let's go.
I have my normal buffs active, but other than that, no conversions as it.
Do I need to just go ahead and turn off my anime buff?
For the first floor, no.
Alright. Gotcha, guys.
Now, okay, before I take you to the next room, I'm going to preface this. Your tokens are going to be weird. It's intentional. Do not go messing with them.
Sir, yes, sir.
You'll see.
Black and white.
Well, no, you're supposed to be black and white. You have dark vision. This room isn't actually lit.
Oh. Are you talking about the additional rings around us?
Nope. You'll see.
Okay.
It hasn't happened yet.
Like the 5 foot and the 10 foot ring around you, that's your breach.
That's you have to react each thing. Oh, we're blue.
So many questions.
As you enter the room, you guys feel the cold rush around you as a familiar sensation of going underwater.
Good thing I don't need to breathe. Oh god, we're in the ocean! Sivar starts having a panic attack because he has his negative trait is literally he is hydrophobic. He's afraid of water and oceans.
I swim to the top and start walking on water.
There is no top. This room is entirely submerged underwater.
I pull the hood of my robes up, and my cap of water breathing.
Flail.
While in this particular floor, all of your senses are restricted to 5 feet.
Okay.
I'm looking around me, I see Jolly and I see Czar. Are they in states of distress? I assume Czar is just vibing, because that's what Czar is. But
I almost could imagine Zar turning into a fish.
Jolly is wearing a hell gas mask over her face, which for 10 minutes will let her breathe the regular environment, and after that she's screwed.
roger that. Does my water cap of water breathing
Oh
function
no, wait,
as
I have a breathing bubble. Never mind.
DM?
Everything works normally as far as you can tell.
Sounds good.
I say that would be good enough. Movement is probably still locked.
Good. Yes.
Attempted movement implies
You find a wall.
I found a wall.
You find another wall.
I don't want to lose. Oh, get separated.
I can't see anything.
Neither can I. That's why I don't want to lose presence.
Well, you see me.
Do you not have dark vision?
I have 60 feet.
You can't see me?
No.
I can see you.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything.
Is that an error? Is that intended or is that an error?
DM told me not to touch my token.
Oh, that's true.
I see you now.
Should be fixed.
What do we do? What do we do? Okay, are you doing okay? Jolly, Vondar, are you guys alright?
Oh yeah, I'm chilling.
Hey, Simar, make a perception check. Simar, you feel something slimy brush across you.
I grab my sword and I slash at it.
You don't feel your sword make contact with anything.
There's things in the water. Eventually you hear some more. There's things in the water, there's things in the water, there's things in the water, there's things in the water.
I'm in the water.
Eat out.
Alright, someone's communicating telepathically with us. Looks like this is some sort of underwater maze that limits our vision. I'm gonna put my left hand on the wall and just start following the wall.
I'm going to ask the spirits in this area, is this water endless, or is there a finite amount? And if there is a finite amount, how many gallons could there be?
What was the question?
Is this water endless, or is there a finite amount? And if it's finite, how many gallons are there?
They don't know how to answer your first question, and because they don't know how to answer your first question, they don't know how to answer your second.
Well, I don't know if this might work here, guys.
I'm gonna attempt to cast light.
Where are you?
Your light spell goes off. It doesn't go past 5 feet.
Gotcha.
I grab Simamar and Jolly. I'm gonna pull them with me.
I don't resist.
So, Simamar, go 2 to your right. Jolly, go 1 to your right. Once you've done that, 1 down.
Going one down.
So far, what you traversed, Vondar, just feels like an underwater passage. Nothing feels out of the ordinary.
It's Jolly Cinnamon Train.
Ew, I don't like it.
Are you alright?
No! They're slimy things.
Can you breathe?
I went 10 straight up, Simamar.
My lungs are full of water.
Have I found a door?
No, but Jolly found something.
I was
Jolly.
Simamar, so he's with me, but he's now saying his lungs are full of water.
Hold on, one thing at a time. Jolly finds herself in this, like, almost magical cage. I need a dexterity saving throw from Jolly. And Czar.
Oh, the one I'm not good at.
Is this a disadvantage?
If you have a sprint speed, no. If you don't have a sprint speed, yes.
Roll again. Take lowest for me. Oh, that was a 1. 20.
Oh, I guess one. Hold on, let me just do it this way. I forgot this has a bigger radius than I thought. There.
Disadvantage.
Jolly, as you are stuck in this, as you're stuck in this cage, you feel it heat up, heat up, heat up. The pressure build until it explodes, and that's what Vondar and Zara feel is this hot, scalding water just smash into them, basically.
I have evasion, so
Yep, you're good.
I also have.
Now, some of Mars' lungs are filled up with water.
Yep. I will inhale to exhale the water out of my lungs.
Okay.
This isn't working.
Ooh. Hey, Steel, are you around here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Where are you? I have Simamar. His lungs are full of water. Come here.
I am south of Simamar. You are north of Simamar?
Yeah. Well, suck his water out. Breathe air into him.
Yeah, suck 'em.
I bring Simamar close to my face, and I think he heard that bubble, and he's able to
That's what
breathe.
she said.
Tell Pat, you know, the deal I really that my lungs are full of water. I have to cough it all out, and I don't want to cough water on your face.
Up it into my face. Bubble. It's a magic bubble. It will make more space. I promise. There are not a lot of limits on the cap of water breathing.
You expel the water from your lungs.
I'm gonna use one of my beads from Necklace Thirst to destroy 20 gallons of water around me. I know it'll probably help for like 1.5 seconds, but
It appears to work. But like you said, maybe 1.5 seconds. Then
Yeah.
the space just begins to fill.
does it seem like the overall? Can I roll something to see if like the actual water level changed, or if it just seems
You could try a perception check at disadvantage.
That's not good.
For the briefest of seconds in that time, you feel like there was less water, but the overall sense that you're getting within the 5 feet that you can sense, nothing. It just feels like endless water.
How long have you been in this?
A minute.
You roll twice on whatever happens when Chaos Chicken dies.
Oh, and I guess I am gonna take out the episode.
Oh god. Hey, Grim, roll me a D10,000.
Oh.
2,766.
Bottles of beer on the wall.
Stupid one.
Hold on.
That was my food for the next 100 years.
I'm gonna. Did anything happen when the chicken died?
I get cursed.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take out my sponge of soaking. So every 6 seconds, it's going to absorb 1,000 gallons of water.
Holy fuck.
I mean,
How long
Okay.
can it do that?
up to 500,000 gallons of water.
Holy fuck.
Hold on. Yeah, 1,000 gallons of water per round. I just clicked it. Oh. It is not appearing. Hold on. Let me try one more time. It is not going into the chat, but I have clicked it. It's the ever soaking sponge. So it absorbs 1,000 gallons of water per round, and it can absorb up to 500,000 gallons of water. So, for scale, an Olympic swimming pool.
After observing it for like 18 seconds, does not seem to be getting anywhere.
This isn't working. She'll put the back up. I think it is a must, because this usually works a whole lot better.
Bondar, did you go somewhere else?
I told you I'm following the left-hand wall.
I still
Did I
can't
follow the
move
left-hand
either.
wall to get to where I am?
I'm still
You did until you stopped going left.
Oh, movements from the left. Well, as much as I enjoy being close, I think we're gonna have to turn
Down one,
Let's
left
follow
one,
the path.
Well, I do have one more idea. And she'll
Up
take
one.
that piece of rope that she was handing and let go of it. And it'll start moving at 20 feet per round towards the exit of the maze, dungeon, or labyrinth.
Fucking jolly, coming in clutch.
What was this rope called again?
I lost it. Hold on. Rope.
about dark.
It is. Forgive me, DM. I can't find it.
4K.
I am dyslexic right now. Where did it go? Oh, there is a search inventory button. Labyrinth rope. When you speak a command word, the rope slithers like a snake towards the nearest exit out of any dungeon, maze, or labyrinth for 1 hour at a speed of 20 feet per round. Which, considering I don't have a swimming speed, is probably similar to my speed.
It begins moving north.
Due north!
Ah, hi, Jolly.
Oh,
There's
Yes, he did. You found... From what you can see, it looked like a giant fish.
Which way did the rope go, left or right?
Right. And then immediate left.
Right.
Hmm.
Then left. Oh, and there fell another trap.
Hold on, Simar. Hold on. Everybody stop. Everybody was following Jolly.
I did it again, guys.
I was swimming back to get them to swim up to where
Jolly is currently the only one in this area.
I think I have something that is good against specifically traps. I think it's a feature. Hold on. It is something adventurer.
I don't know, but you
Extreme
certainly find
Explorer.
it.
I have advantage on saving throws made to avoid or resist traps, and I gain additional 1 AC if it does hurt me against traps.
Well, you get to make a roll at standard because you only get a disadvantage.
Yep. Is it still Dex?
Yep.
29. Which probably doesn't change. Oh, that changed it.
Yep. You take half damage.
How much damage is that?
23.
Was there damage from the first trap?
Mm-hmm.
What was the full damage? Because I think I did fail that. It was 27 passed before.
27 passed, so you only took 20 from that one as well.
So 44 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Let me get 63.
Telepathically, trying to reach out to Vondar and say, I know you went left. Jolly dropped some note thing in a rope, and it swam north and then to the right.
Yeah, I'm heading back.
I'm gonna try. Is movement still disabled?
We're gonna continue.
I'm gonna ask what my cantrip to ask the spirits. Are there any traps? Can you point out the traps to me?
No, we cannot.
Well, that's fair. Thank you.
We can't even see them.
Did the rope go right?
Technically, the rope didn't stop as it was exploding on you.
If you want someone who doesn't get hurt by traps, you should probably let me take the rope.
I don't know where the rope is.
We don't need it.
There you go. This
Hi,
way.
Simar.
This way.
Up and right.
Zara, can you suppress that aura? It's making it hard to see the map.
Possibly. I don't know.
Hold on.
I'm moving south from Vondar just so you can see.
As some mountains goes to there, you're surrounded by a energy-looking cage.
Oh, I'm surrounded by energy.
1 second. Alrighty, so Martin. Deck save, please.
Sure, I can do that. I have evasion.
And you succeed.
I passed level 27. Y'all should be fine. Because y'all have, saving throws.
I suspect you should probably throw me at the tracks.
Fair point. I don't know where it was.
I think I was in the wrong direction because I found a trap.
I'm gonna say what I found right now. I'm assuming I can't do anything to this NPC, jet.
It just seems to stare at you.
I wave at it.
Because you waved at it.
Because you waved at me.
Jolly, hold on. Why is this still on here?
You know what? I should probably put on my cloak banana.
Hey, Jolly, can I have you roll initiative for me?
Oh no, I don't want to.
Might as well have everyone else roll initiative, but you guys aren't actually in combat. I'm just going to treat this as combat rounds.
We're in an ocean environment.
No, you're not.
Why can't we just be friends?
You're in a literal dungeon.
Is the dungeon a natural environment?
Nope.
Darn.
All dungeons are artificial.
Reduce my initiative by 4. If it matters.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I don't want to fight the fish.
All right. I'm missing a ribbon.
I think we're missing a field.
And I need an initiative from Bastille. Yeah, please. Like I said, Mondo, you're not actually in combat. I'm just treating this as combat round. So, what would you like to do for your turn?
I don't hear anything.
Not yet. Just the gurgle and bubble of water.
So
Oh, go on. What?
that's my walking speed. I'll my swim speed actually. So I'll end my turn there.
Okay, okay. Some more.
I can use football. Is it salty or sweet?
Make a Constitution saving throw.
It was in the water. It was fine.
It is neither. As you taste the water, it almost tastes like drinking pure electrolytes.
It's up with Gatorade.
Oh, hi, Bondar. 50, 55, 60. That will be my turn.
Riven. At the end of Riven's turn, Simar, I'd like you to make an insight check.
Is this the realization that I could just activate my fast power and just keep them all throughout this place?
No, because fast only applies to walking speed.
Unless I spend one
Point.
to different type.
Correct. But no. As you came into this hallway, you look to your left and your right for a moment, and you realize you see pictures on the wall, like framed photos. Even though you're underwater, a tear comes to your eye. You recognize these photos, but you don't know from where. But it looks like what you would see like a giant class photo. And you can see a bunch of young elves all lined up, smiling, beaming faces. As you observe closer, you swear one of those kind of looks like you. But it's not you because you don't remember this photo. Or it couldn't be you because you don't remember this photo. Okay. Tsar.
Star doesn't know how to shut up his goddamn darkness.
That's a good question because it's not an effect. How did you get it on there?
Just a really big token.
So Zara is slowly coming up. I have to figure it out. So.
Okay. Jolly, it gets to your new friend's turn. And I used the term friend sarcastically.
No!
Because this is the type of thing that this creature would do. You see it waving its hands around, Jolly, like as if it is casting a spell. I don't know if you can do anything about that, but I'm just giving you opportunity.
Say again?
It's waving its hands around like it's casting a spell.
I mean, I don't have like counterspell or anything. Just an activity.
Okay.
Can I grab its hands?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, no friendship.
The water around you gets colder, but you don't see what it did. Hold on. My drawing tool is being a pain in the ass. Alright, your turn, Jolly.
So I am going to specify my attack spell. So it's magic action, alright. So I'm going to use the cantrip. I'm gonna use the cantrip search, and I'm gonna ask the spirits, is this creature hostile?
Very.
Then I will. Where's the creature? Is it right here?
Yeah, you know it was somewhere to your south.
Because of the boon of dimensional travel, when I use a spell action, I can teleport 30 feet. So I can get 30 feet back by casting the spell. Bonus action, I will quick step myself to increase my movement speed by 10. Is not having swimming half movement speed?
Yes.
That would be 35. And then I will, because I have also cast the spell, Mark of the Stormlord gives me dash. Because I casted the spell as an action. So that'd bring me back up to, that'd bring me to 65? 35 times 2? 70?
Okay.
I'll just go 70.
And you can't go any farther because you run into a Centaur.
Then, that's like, what, 55 feet? I'm happy with it. Come on, there's a quick up there! And that will be my turn.
Well, unless you guys can pursue this creature, I will end combat. So I'll leave it up to
I'm
you.
not going after it.
It depends on what Jolly tells me.
Alright, Jolly, what do you tell them then?
The creature tried to attack me. I think.
This is a problem that I can solve.
She'll kind of scoot as much to the left as she can so you can get by. But she's kind of going to stand right here.
Alright, well, before we get to there, that means that they're going to do something, so it is your turn to move around. So feel free to move.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm just swimming aimlessly, honestly.
Okay.
Not really aimlessly, but trying to stay with my bird.
Alright, then Vondar. You find a Centaur in a very tight tunnel. Not tunnel, but hallway.
Did I hear Dolly's explanation?
Yes.
Is there a way forward through there? Or... To Jolly.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah. We have to go past the side to get out, or what?
I mean,
Can I get picking points?
I'll squeeze to the side.
I'll make room.
Yeah, you go ahead.
5. That's my movement speed. Is there anything I want to do as an action? Mm. Yeah, I'm going as a bonus action. Okay. Why not? I'm gonna get a Spirit Shroud. And that's it.
Spirit Shroud.
Didn't realize we have free movement.
Okay. Let's make this easier. Samar, it is your turn.
Okay. Movement is subject to combat turn. It's currently not your turn.
But it is.
But it's not apparent. Let's go back to Bondar. Go forward to me again. There we go. It just got so 5, 10, Telepathy.
Actually, you cannot move there.
Oh,
As you try to move forward, you run solidly into a ice wall.
okay.
And now you understand what it was trying to do to Jolly.
I don't know what the heck this thing is. I'm attacking.
Okay.
First attack. Yeah.
No one use any damaging attack that lightning damage.
I'm gonna
Roger.
use lightning damage now.
First attack. Second attack. Which technically these should be at disadvantage because we are underwater.
That hits.
Okay, so with 45 damage, that ice wall in front of me still.
Yes.
Then it will extend me to close the blows. Wish my configure rule thing was set up higher. Got so many focus things.
That's enough to break it.
You know, I don't push that hard. And the last punch.
Your last punch already broke it.
Alright.
As you step there, hold on. As you step there and make me a con save, please.
Okay.
28, is that enough? It is. So you take half damage.
I am immune because I have resistances because and I have immunity because I have resistance.
Both of you to assume. But yes, you're immune this time. Now you may continue.
55, 60. Alright. I have entered the room. I will telepathically back to Vondar and Jolly that I have found an ice wall.
I'm gonna just chill here for a minute.
Hold on, before you're done. Well, before Revan starts his turn, because you so wisely put yourself close to this creature, it's gonna use a legendary action. Hmm. Legendary action used.
Okay.
Revan, you may continue. Why does it keep saying that? It's literally set to... Alright, go ahead and try. No. Stop. Stop it. No. I have a Great Dane who's afraid of the loudest noise. No. Stop it. Stop your foolishness. Stop. Yes. You know what? Hold on. Before we continue, I gotta remove a dog from my room. Hey.
Not puppy.
Coward. Alright, I don't need dogs underneath my desk where they can unplug very important things.
What, that's where you
Okay. Catching up here. Okay, Riven found the exact same trap there. Similar to... yes, please. That is not enough to succeed. That's 42 points of fire damage. Alright. Continue. Azric is making a note to remove immunities next floor.
It's okay, DM. I don't have immunities.
I'm not trying to kill you. I mean, I'm not trying to kill anybody. Alright, Zar, you figure out your... Hey, it looks like you figured out your shenanigans.
Yeah. That was a cluster.
I'm sorry, is movement free yet, or are we still in initiative order?
Oh, you're still in combat.
I want to grab Bastille. We're going this way, right?
They decided instead of leaving the fish alone, they wanted to go poke the fish.
So I can't
Problem I
pull
know
her,
how to deal with.
but can you drag her? Do you know which way they went earlier?
That away.
Sorry. You also found the trap.
That means we're heading in the right direction.
Oh boy, Ruben's gonna feel a blast of hot air again.
No, 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 no.
Anything else after that?
Well, I still... Did it not? Of course it didn't.
I just rolled. Sorry.
Why is it not? Why is it not asking any of you to roll? Alright, I need a deck save from Ribbon and Vestille.
Yes.
Actually, hang on. Are all of you immune to fire? I'm just gonna ask now.
Yes.
You all just feel this really hot blast of scalding water. Oh, sorry, you're not. Go ahead and make your deck save. Do you have evasion?
34. Yes, I do.
Then you're good.
I'm on fire, apparently.
You're immune to fire by other features. Alright, you may continue. Note to self. Make all damaging traps force from now on.
And I have Vestille with me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where they are. I passed Ribbon, so I'm gonna stop here because I'm assuming we're close. But at least we're not fucking a million miles away.
Are you sure about that?
No, but we're quite far.
Alright. End of your turn. Actually, you can't use that. It's already done its thing, so go ahead and end your turn.
And the turn, sir.
What's the fish doing?
It's canceling its concentration on its first cast that it did. And it's casting another spell.
I do nothing.
Well, you can't see it anyway.
I can see it anyway.
Let me make sure I'm reading the spell right. Yeah, this is so much a wall. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Hey Joel, you're already getting directions on the exit of the labyrinth, right?
I'm getting what?
You're getting directions on the exit to the labyrinth, right?
No, I lost the route.
Cool. Okay.
When I got
We
stuck
might-
in, I mean, it'll sit there and it'll wait at the end. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, I don't know where it's at.
I will do something.
There. It got its ice wall again.
Motherfucker.
Actually, to make this even better. Yes, yes, good. Yes, I know exactly what it's going to do.
No. I wanted to remember it.
Alright, that's the end of his turn. Jolly.
Hmm. I have movement locked.
No, sorry. I don't know why it's being so weird. Oh, I do know why. The trap. I set the traps to force it to no movement, so I could resolve the traps before you guys kept moving. You should be able to move now.
Let's see. I was trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to do.
Yeah, you're good. Just making sure you knew.
I mean, I'll search to ask the spirits. Is north the correct way?
Is north the right way to go? No, yes, maybe.
Got you. All right. So that'll teleport me. I can't move my token for some reason. It's saying it's not my turn.
It's your fine, whatever. There's you free movement.
All right. So 35 feet up. I'm at 30 feet up. Oh, hello, Vondor. And it's a teleportation, so I have no problem going through him. Right?
Nope.
Alright. And then I'm going to quick step again, which gives me base movement speed goes up by 10 feet until beginning of next turn. Which that'll bring me back up to 65
Mm-hmm.
with the dash from Thunderlord. So that's 30 feet.
Hold on. You dash yourself. You dash swim yourself right into an ice wall.
Do I see it?
Not in 5 feet of you. You did. I want to know how you did that. There's a wall there.
Frame movement? That's the only thing I can think of.
I don't think free movement lets you move through walls, though. That's weird. It doesn't matter.
So is the wall right where I'm standing right now, or is it just at the entrance?
It is. You are in a unoccupied space. But there is ice. You feel cold to your right.
Alright, I'll call out to some more. I'm stuck behind the wall. Let me in, please. It's hot out here. And that's really all I can do.
Bastille.
Yes. So no matter how smart this deal is, it does not matter as long as it's not an idiot. I am going to and start to fiddle with the component of it, and I am going to no, sorry, the timepiece of travel is the one that. And I am going to use turn-by-turn directions, and you can name any location within 10 miles of my current location that is known to at least one creature, also within 10 miles of that location. Once you name the location, a disembodied voice heard only by you provides directions to by the safest, most direct route. The voice knows to avoid natural hazards so that it does not send you through trackless wilderness or into a lake, but has no knowledge or ability to help you avoid monsters or absolutely locked. The timepiece is no use to reaching locations that are fully secret or not known to any creatures within. Once you use the feature of the time, it cannot be on. And I am going to name the exit of the lab.
Oh, you would be informed that there is no creature within 10 miles that knows where that exit is. That's fair.
I didn't think that thing could work underwater. I think we're straight ahead, right? That's where I heard shouting from.
You didn't hear shouting. You're underwater.
So wherever the
I'm using the echoes from my mind, which way they shout in my head, and trying to figure out that way to gauge which way they went.
Nice try, but no. But you're pretty sure it isn't south. Mundar, sorry, it's your turn. Oh, hold on. Scooch one back. There you go. You also collide with. Yep.
I lost count. That's around here, right?
Yeah, fine. You're at 40. From what you can see, it looks like a room full of furniture. like a supply closet.
Oh, this is 60 here. Any oh, cancel desk. I'm gonna Misty Step as bonus action 30 feet. Back feet. Oh. Thirty feet. And then I will attempt a weapon attack on the.
Okay. Yeah, you go for it.
So I finally set up a build bonus for my weapon copies. So not well. No.
That'll hit.
And it deals an extra 1d8 because my 69 damage.
I think that's enough to break it. Just let me go to it, the spell. Yep, that's enough to break through it in one shot. Are you doing the one in front of you or the one to your right?
Above me.
Okay. Sure.
For future reference, I know you can use your reaction to hold things like attacks. Can I use it to hold movement? Like, for example, if the wall is broken, I move the rest of, as my reaction, move the rest of my movement forward.
I think you can hold the dash action specifically.
Yes.
Got you. So, yeah.
Anything else, Wondar?
I know that's it.
Simar. You feel the cold beneath you dissipate somewhat. Yes, sorry.
Alright. Because I ain't gonna fuck around with little fishy wants to make ice balls all fucking day. This is wasting my goddamn time. We are going to spend 40 energy to activate weapon in level 4, and we're gonna coat the Rift Maker like you would a stick weapon. And it will be 1 for selective and 3 for area. Which means everything within 100 feet of me gets hit. And I will also be activating Horseman's Conquest. So I will select myself and my allies out of this, as presumably I would be able to tell what I would be hitting within the area. Horseman's Conquest, regular. Alright, so that should be enough to get through the ice walls. And piss off any creature within 100 feet of me.
Well, as far as what you can see, the ones in front of you are broken.
Huh. I have found a room. I have found a trap.
I'm not gonna bother, but it explodes.
Furiously swimming around looking for this fish. Here's a question. I thought telepathy was
You feel several creatures, but nothing close to you within 10 miles. But you would sense 3 creatures to the east, southeast. You sense 1 creature direct to your south. You sense a very big creature to your southwest, and another creature much farther, but about somewhere southeast.
well, with that and the trap going off, I feel like, well, we're still in locked movement, but I don't think it's in this room anymore. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. There we go, 60. Oh, hey guys. I point at that direction to the north. It is not that direction. Oh. I think it's dead.
Sure, that's what happened.
I mean, we're no longer in combat, so I'm going to assume that I accidentally killed it by attacking it.
Rapidly, the creatures that you sensed before are disappearing. Only the one to the southwest and the one very far to the southeast you can still feel.
Well, there's a couple of other monsters in this region, but I'm going to go to that painting I passed by. It was here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, you should have made an insight check when you entered that other room.
You know, I have a single suspicion that this floor of the dungeon is specifically made for me, and then every other
As you were searching for the creature, it was dark, obviously. but you saw things in this room that remind you very eerily of the head adventurer's office at the academy where you trained to become an adventurer.
Well, now I want to explore the whole place.
Did we hear this in our mind?
I would have done since like our own music
You just threw up in your head?
Another explosion goes off where you are, Sinmar. Unfortunately, you're immune.
I think it's more that the dungeon is recreating things of my mind, like my greatest fear and I'm seeing portraits in rooms of places that are eerily familiar with my childhood. So I would not be surprised that once we're done here, the other floors will be your guys' mindscapes.
Well, that's not good.
That's a terrifying proposition. I wonder what Czars is gonna look like.
Tell you, ain't no water.
Sorry. You may continue to move.
I'm unsure where everyone went.
Unsure where everyone went. You guys took off. We're unsure where you went.
Oh, Jolly.
Hey, right here.
Jolly, I'm sorry. When you swam north to go into that room, and I think Vondar as well, I kind of forgot about this. It's the effect of the spell. Oh, wait. No, the creature's gone. Never mind. Concentration isn't maintained. You're good. Sinmar swims there and another explosion happens.
Oh, the traps
which-
reset themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Which way did Senor go?
You saw him, like, quickly bolt by you, and then you hear kind of a salty explosion.
Don't go to my immediate right. It will explode there.
Okay.
Since I am in this room, I would like to make an investigation check to see if there's any like curios or other like objects of interest.
Sure. Go for it.
I'm following you. I don't know. This is as good as any, right?
Yeah.
Sinmar, you find a chair in this room. It feels nostalgic. It looks incredibly comfy. And as you're sitting here underwater, Vondar, by the way, as you come into that room, you see a rope just kind of floating in the water. But you smell apple pie somewhere underwater.
Stroke.
Hey, Jolly, do you smell apple pie?
You do not.
Are you having a stroke?
I mean,
I'm in your brain.
Yeah.
Oh God. It's so dark.
It's
You
so
are
dark
an
and it's
idiot.
wet.
It's
Well, we
so
found you
empty.
guys.
Uh,
Oh.
Can I identify the rope?
It is the rope that Jolly cast before. Labyrinthian rope or something like that.
Labyrinth.
Zara, Zara, you step there. You set off the trap. I think almost everybody except one person is unaffected by this trap. Oh, Andy. Dexterity saving throw at neutral because of your ability. Alright, you only take half. You only take half, so it's 15.
What type of damage is it?
Fire.
And if I'm resistant to it, I guess that'd be
Quarter.
yeah.
So 7. Just for Vondar's sake. Freehand. It appears to be kind of like this.
I'll send over the link. Charlie, I found your rope.
Oh. Well, the rope
Do I
should have
see?
took you to the exit.
Yeah, I'm looking around here as soon as we have moved.
Oh, sorry.
Darn it, Zara. Smell the momentum off the fire.
Are you okay?
Oh.
Do you want me to step here again for another memory?
Perhaps Jolly should not be in the room if you do that, and I would push Jolly away. And as I'm pushing Jolly, boop 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 boop, healing touch.
I'll collect the rope. Do I see anything? I circled the whole room. Do I see anything I can exit?
No, but the rope. You do seem to be standing suspiciously in the center of the rope's arc. And there is a pile of boxes under you.
Give Jolly
I'll start looking through the boxes, I guess.
So, like, you just, like, open the boxes, or are you going to move the boxes?
Well, I'll shift them aside, see if they're covering something.
You find a trapdoor.
I think I found the exit. So I think
Which
going
way
down.
did you go?
South of the ice wall, take the first left, and then
There's an ice wall?
where the ice wall was. There were locked.
He's busy sniffing his mom's apple pie.
Sounds like an allegory for something. I like it.
I mean, it's a shame that you can't smell it. It is divine. Alright, anyway, this way.
Okay, so we're heading south, guys.
Okay, head south for a little bit, and then go move. Oh, great. Another room.
I mean, I know you're a ranger. I don't think you go into the place you're supposed to go.
I'm gonna stay right here until y'all find something.
Looks like a bedroom to me.
I'm coming back, but my tokenism reacted.
This is the storeroom.
Your storeroom doesn't have any traps.
I'm assuming. Well, that's a good thing. I went to the storeroom. And then we're gonna go more south than left.
So, make an insight check.
Yay!
Not sure you want me to say this one out loud.
Zara.
Yeah.
Yeah, who else
Oh,
is
shit, there.
nearby?
Yeah. Little guys above me, Bastille's above Tim. to my stage left is Jolly and Simamar.
Okay. Everyone, form a chain. Follow me.
I'm exploring my mind.
We're going south. Going south.
You want someone to stay, Simamar?
I'm waiting for plot to happen.
This is where you had your first kiss.
Oh,
I will stay.
this is where I had my first kiss.
Bastille said she's following Star, so I'll assume that maintains.
I'm also following them. I was just trying to catch up.
We went south at our first T intersection, stage right.
Oh, stage left. I went stage left.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6, and then up.
Just an empty room somewhere.
This is when I went camping.
Sorry. Oh, through
Yeah,
a wall.
dead people.
Now it won't let me go through the wall again.
We broke the fourth wall.
Thank you.
You're good.
After we went up, we went right 3, and now we're going up again.
Oh, movement locked.
You're good.
Okay, I got you. So you go up to hit a wall, you go stage left 2, and then up.
And here. On top of
Once you hit a wall, you go right 2, and then up.
These room's a dead end.
There's a trapdoor. I'm standing on it.
Oh,
And as adventures, Jolly. I never use that word in conjunction with that other word.
Sorry, I just had to move you so you could actually press the button when your guys are finally ready.
Is everyone here?
Nope.
I'm waiting for plot stuff.
So far, nothing else in that room. Actually, no. It's a little further down.
It looks like a campsite with a dead adventurer, so...
Some more. Hold on. As you stepped here,
Oh,
you feel water rush around you, and like a whirlpool that pulls you in, and you feel like you are back where you started.
that's not too bad. This way.
Yeah.
This way.
Yeah. Sorry.
Up. only I could take your hand in game. We're going up for a hot minute. Yep. And on the right. And on the lower right, because there's a trap in the upper right. There you are. And back up. And can we, is this a wall? That is a wall. Okay, so do. This game does not like my inputs. I wonder why my mind's built like a maze.
Wait, is his mind considered a natural environment?
No.
Unless you
Alright.
consider an empty cave natural environment.
I mean, empty cave is a natural environment. Alright, I'm going to wait for Vestiel to catch up to me. Okay, go follow me exactly, because if you go one up, that's where we got teleported. There we go.
If I fuck up with a token, then I'm like, then I'm following him. Like, so don't shoot me in the face.
Well, you found this room.
Okay, I'll try to open the trapdoor.
Doesn't appear to be locked, so it swings open pretty easily.
I found a dead goblin in here.
Do I know him?
Yes. Oh, hold on, Sinmar. You've moved on before everyone else did.
Yeah, because I saw a door that is like, oh, would you like to open it? Yes.
I assume everybody is going through the trapdoor.
Yeah, do you see anything, or is it just darkness?
It's just darkness, and the creepy thing is you can tell the water isn't flowing into the trapdoor.
Alright, go through.
Yes, if you guys are ready, you can click on the staircase and it will take you to the next map.
I attempt to revive him.
It's been longer than a minute. He is wearing a very familiar suit, so...
Is that still limited?
No, you guys can go ahead and adjust your tokens now to be your normal sites. However, divinity and anime powers do not work on this floor.
Oh boy.
So as soon as you go through the trapdoor and land on the ground, Czar, because you guys kind of like go through the trapdoor and you fall for a little bit, and then you land on the ground. As you land on the ground, you almost feel like your divinity gets sucked into the floor.
Alright, now I get the, like,
Right, so anything you normally get from your anime powers passively is turned off. Any anime powers you had on are turned off. And actually, pretty much everybody would recognize the garb that this... I don't have a better token, so default goblin token, but you guys would recognize the garb as the same garb that the goblins in gyms shop war.
No.
This looks like a tavern.
Kind of. It looks more like, almost like mess hallish. Hold on, Jolly, you are standing in a box.
Apologies.
You're good.
I just assumed
By the
you
way.
were away.
You're fine. You can go ahead and adjust your token to normal vision.
Yeah, I have normal vision. Well, I guess everything's blue, but
That I can fix. Hold on. You guys are walking over a box that you have not told me you have physically removed yet.
oh, cause my hold on. Yeah, I figured it out. It's my detection. Up right on the detection.
Oh, okay.
There we go. There we go. That's what it was. I had my range on 60 feet, but I'm in detection, so I can only see 2 more.
Actually, I can fix this. Hold on. Where is my ambient lighting? There's global illumination on this map.
I love global illumination.
As you approach this box, you'll notice it was there to block the way, but there's a huge hole through it.
Whose brain are we in now?
And to answer Vondar's question, this looks more like a mess hall. So similar to a tavern, but it looks more like this is a place where a bunch of people would go gather to eat and relax for a little bit. Which
Is it enough for a medium-sized creature to crawl through?
no.
Is it only occupying this 5 mile square?
Yes.
Can I push it from up here?
Yep. It was literally an empty crate. They were just trying to block the door from whatever was attacking.
Oh,
Can I take a look at one of the bodies, see what killed them?
Yeah, medicine or investigation.
I'm going ahead.
The wounds don't look like anything you've ever seen before. They're not like, they don't appear to have been caused by magic. They don't appear to be like slashes from a sword or breaks from a axe or stabs from a spear. The best, and this is only because you have a background in smithing and have made weapons, the best way you could describe this is it looks like they were impaled by a giant shard of metal.
You want to look into their past?
Yeah. Go down a month into their past to see if I can get my.
Which roll do I make you make first? Let's go with an intelligence save first.
This is going to be -1 to accommodate my proficiency.
Okay, that's fair.
Is it magical in nature?
No. you're able to react in time. This was similar to making a perception check, except a little bit more advanced. As you touch this goblin to start looking into its past, your surroundings just disappear. You feel yourself begin to fall. If you do nothing, you feel yourself beginning to pick up speed.
Yeah, this is not normal this is not a normal sensation when looking for something.
No, not at all.
Yeah, okay, I will pull out.
How long would you say it took you to come to that decision?
As quickly as a 30 saving throw allows me to
I'll give you one round. Let's see. So, as you let go, everybody who's watching her perform her usual, touch the creature, touch the object, touch whatever to look into the past, she vanishes. Like, just right before your eyes. And then the steel, since it was only one round, you don't get the full weight of this, and if you have a reaction that you can make, you are falling 30 feet.
I didn't have a reaction. Another fall.
I know, that's why I asked. So you feel the sensation of like the whole world just dissipate and disappear in an instant as you touch this body, and you begin to fall. And because you are a intelligent being, you're like, oh shit, this isn't how this is supposed to work. So you let go and release the so-called concentration. And as you just blink, like the time it takes you to blink your eyes, you find yourself falling through the air. But due to pure instinct at this point, you have feather fall prepared. You're just like, and you just cast feather fall, and then you can just float the 30 feet down. If you'd like, you can make an insight check.
I will. He's out here. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what had happened.
With a 34, based on the conversations that was happening and the theories that Simar's throwing around, you can come to the conclusion that this space that you're in did not exist until you guys went through that trapdoor. So you literally looked like 30 seconds into the past, where there was only 30 seconds of past.
I tried to divide by 0. That's what happened.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, you cut over to Czar, giving this guy CPR. Live, damn it, live!
Alright, time to find out what's around this corner. I know the dead goblin. Ooh, there's 2 dead goblins here. I'm making progress. There's more dead goblins here.
Well,
If you head south, there's a lot of dead goblins.
Simamar, as you step there, you hear a click underneath your foot. And a giant boulder falls from the very end of this corridor and rolls over the goblins and comes at you. You can make a dex save if you want to get out of the way, but you are immune to damage, so I mean...
I punch it.
You break the rock. It's only a standard stone.
I am so super mighty.
Alright, you may continue.
I'm going to step off the pressure plate and then step back on it again to see if the trap resets.
This one does not. Bondar, the room you have entered appears to be another, like... This appears to be the actual kitchen where the food is prepared. And a plethora more of dead goblins.
It's such a long hall between the kitchen and the mess hall.
You find a mass of dead goblins, Simar.
Yeah, all that stuff. Oh. Wow, where's back? Means there's something in this room. Yeah.
Lots of silly dead goblins.
Bitch.
Simar, you keep running down the hallway and you find yourself disappearing back in the same space where you were.
You son of a bitch.
I would say in this room, Vondar, you would notice the wounds on all the goblins appear to be the same sort of jagged stab from a piece of metal shard, but in this room in particular, you see a lot more like scorch marks.
There is a method to this madness. There's a method to this madness. Alright,
Is there like any runes or anything around the room?
God damn it.
Or anything to really read?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Jolly, go ahead and make a perception check. You find a book on this table that you're standing near.
I'd open it.
It appears to be
What the heck?
it appears to be a recipe book that details like a smithing guide to like making weapons, but it's like you can tell it's very beginner level. It tells you like how to do it almost like baby steps. It's a little too detailed for a skilled smith, if you get what I mean.
I will keep this book.
You can call it the Mental Room Book. And if you guys will give me a second, I gotta go pick up something from the front door.
I'm gonna fill up my drink. Be right back. Simamar, before I go, I just want to say I love how you kept going down there and then Bono just walks around.
I know, freaking BS. Gets it on his first try. Meanwhile, I'm trying to find the holes in the trap.
Riven go AFK?
I haven't heard
Nope,
from him
I'm
in a
here.
while.
I'm here. I'm here.
We just
Oh.
haven't heard from you in a while, so we're just making sure you're there.
Just following
Yep.
you guys. Watching
you know
the
what I'm
shenanigans.
excited about? Getting into
What?
Riven's mind.
It's empty.
You say that.
It's empty.
It can't be emptier than mine. Mine was just a tube of water.
Yeah, it
With-
had a lot of images.
Just air.
That's
all that's in there.
It's just trauma and feelings of inadequacy.
Oh.
Nah, I think millions
Oh,
of
was it
books.
because it was the first kiss?
What?
Visteel discovered the room that I had my first kiss in.
Did I?
I think.
One of the
no,
rooms was that.
Yeah, Jolly was there. I don't think Visteel found it.
I don't remember it, so I don't think I did. I might have stepped.
We
out
were
while I
left
was-
behind. We were way the fuck away from you guys. Last I knew, we were supposed to be going north, and we went not north.
I wanted to explore that dungeon a little more.
I'm back. Do not walk. Rude.
Yeah. I figured out where not to go.
Did you?
I mean, Vondar did. I didn't. I was working on it.
I just opened the door.
As you swing that door open, it grinds and screeches, but it's not like really. It's not like bolted or anything, so you're able to go through it.
Still gets teleported anyway. Visteel, I figured it out. Jolly. Come on.
When you were in this corner, Vondar, you did find a bunch of books and scrolls and stuff on the floor.
I'm just being a little bit safe.
Can I look at the thing?
Yeah. Make an investigation check. They appear to be manuals and scrolls of various types that describe making like golems and adamantine weapons and armor.
Can I attempt to study some of it?
Sure. let's see. So let me look up real quick the manual. So in the stack specifically, you'll find a manual of clay golems, flesh golems, iron golems, stone golems, lesser golems, and exotic golems.
Things I'm not sure if these are real, if these are really in our minds. I'm not sure if I tried to take it with me. I'll try. There's no way I can study these, and they take like 48 hours or something like that.
No, actually, the manuals are pretty straightforward. The thing you do realize is that you have to be at least able to cast 2 5th level spells.
I'm not. I guess I'll try to take it with me.
Okay. It was flesh, clay, stone, iron. Exotic and lesser. As far as the weapons and armor for adamantine, you would know that. I mean, some of it you already know because you're an accomplished smith at this point. But you just read about some interesting techniques that you had never thought to try before, like certain ways to heat treat the metal and adjust certain timings. And so I would say that your efficiency for making adamantine gear, equipment, weapons, and armor would be reduced by 1/4 with these techniques.
A long hallway that can't possibly have anything wrong with it. Ooh, I found a big dead thing. Oh, I found a dead Levin.
You what?
I found a dead Levin.
Where?
Do you say this in the people's minds?
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I found a dead Levin.
I like to think that Bastille ignored Cinemar's advice because she was worried about the exact thing he just said, so she ran right into the teleportation trap.
No, I saw it there. It's just it was a physical mistake.
Oh, fair enough. I like mine better. It would have been funnier. But fair enough. Zara and River, are you guys still at the beginning?
Did you see my gift?
I did.
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to bring this guy back. I don't know what he's doing.
Ruther, are you just watching Sar try to bring back a dead body?
I was gonna ask if he needed help, but I thought it was more interesting to watch him keep trying. Would you like help, sir?
Attack thing. Your turn.
And Crest, true resurrection.
Your target has been dead longer than 200 years.
Oh, well, I'll let him know. It looks like we're screwed. It ain't happening.
So, Vondar, as you enter this room that Simlar kind of called you to, you realize what exactly has been killing these goblins as you see the body of Levin sprawled against the ground, like nailed to the floor, essentially, with these giant metal spikes. But they're not, as you look at them, they're not spikes. Your initial assessment of shards was accurate. They are like spires of metal. But it's not a metal you're familiar with. It's not. And you're very familiar with even planar metals now. This is an unknown metal.
He would attempt to identify it.
Let's see. Let me remind myself what details yours would give.
Oh, that's kind of big.
What you would learn, Vondar, is this is not an item. You've had this happen only one other time, and that was when you were trying to use it to identify a creature.
I slowly move away from the body back towards Timar and the others. I think those spikes might be a lot.
Like those ones inside of him, or
Yeah.
okay. So whatever did this in this mindscape is still alive in these halls. And
No.
if it no, just
I
the
think
spikes themselves.
those are what killed everything.
So if you touched it to identify it, why aren't you dead? Or are they attacking?
I'm not sure this place is even real.
We are inside of a dungeon.
No, it's like when Vestiel tried to look into their past, they didn't exist before we came in here.
I mean, didn't the guy said that, this dungeon can cause you to be forgotten? Maybe it's so strong, not even her magic can bring it back.
Or maybe the goal of this dungeon is to keep going through the exits as soon as you can, so that more of you isn't left behind in it.
I don't know. But we are on a time limit, so probably press on.
Dungeon, how much time do we have left?
There appears to be no response.
Dungeon, how much time is left?
The function you are asking for is not a feature of this dungeon.
Cool, I'm gonna go this way.
It is a password.
The password is kerfuffle.
Kerfluffle.
Nothing seems to happen. Hold on.
No.
You see more books and stuff.
Anything noteworthy or standing out to me?
To you, no. But you're a wizard. Actually, there is one book. I don't know if you'd actually care, but it's a book of housekeeping magic.
I want it.
Excuse me, I have help for that.
Exactly. That's why I said I don't know if you'd care.
Timmy, we do not converse with the help.
Oh, I found something with a health bar.
Did you?
I mean, it's a temp HP bar, the other one has a health bar, and they're both, the Dragon Goblins? One
Uh,
is the other one I can't
Oh.
I recognize the token. I believe that's, Stars? Field Not Stab? Right?
One of them is. Yes. The other one you do not recognize. But you see the one that's a quote unquote bigger token kind of laying in the arms of the smaller one. Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, I'm right here. It's stuck in the wall. Oh. There. Okay. They got me. Yeah. Somehow the game like lagged and it put me into a wall, and I was like, oh. Do not walk.
You do see like a ton of women behind, like, because you're taking a little bit longer than others to get around. You just see this like procession of dead bodies being dragged by these shadowy snakes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid them and be like, what the hell is going on? Do these snakes seem familiar?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Uh-oh. There's what? I teleported. And now I'm stuck.
Read the sign.
I went around it.
Apparently not.
I did.
Did you drag your mount over it?
No, I went around it. I found another one. It sent me back. I'm stuck.
Who the heck is this guy? Lenny? Lenny?
Are you asking this in your mind?
Yeah.
You hear shouts and screams as if bloody murder is happening somewhere in the fucking halls.
The Grand Captains.
Yeah, you see them. They all appear to be waiting patiently.
I found some guys.
Kill all of them!
Which, by the way, Vondar, now that you're looking at them, you're like, oh, that's where those came from. Because these guys have like wings made of metal, and instead of feathers, they appear to be shards connected by static electricity of some sort.
You guys remember the guy who swallowed the nuke?
Come on, you sir.
No, I don't remember the guy who swallowed the nuke.
Green Angel guy, metal shards for wings.
It was Wednesday. That was
Oh.
Wednesday.
Sorry.
No, you're good. This is the first time your party would have met them.
Okay.
You guys, Czar coming around. I have all my tentacles, and they're all carrying all the dead bodies.
Oh my lord.
And then I drop down this one.
Oh.
And I'm just fucking crying.
Who's that?
You know him. You've met him. Remember?
He's
Give you the
Jim's.
token.
Oh. Oh no.
I will pat Czar on the shoulder and say, "This is just a manifestation of the dungeon. It's a dungeon. It's not real. It's not real.
All.
You can't kill the dungeon."
I'm for killing a dungeon.
I mean, you could try to kill the dungeon, but Czar, this isn't real. This is in your head. We're inside your head right now. It's okay.
My head's real. I drop the rest, and I just grab those and I run. So pissed I can't even get out of the door.
You're okay. Well, I'm just gonna let you.
No, I appreciate it. There's a little.
I'll yell out, real or not, or we're here for you.
Well, someone just took 183 damage. What the hell?
I need to adjust it so you guys don't see those numbers. You're not supposed to see those.
I didn't.
Oh. Oh.
You feel like you've just walked into a kill box somewhere.
Well, I'm here now. Oh.
Loud, unabridged version of like way back when Field Knot turned into the wereboyer and fucking roared. There's just uncontrollable roar coming from Czar.
Evan would also kneel down and see if he could revive Feld.
The associated soul has been dead for longer than 200 years.
Does Czar believe it's these creatures which that did this?
I would ask Azar the same question.
Make a medicine and an insight. The medicine check tells you the same thing that, well, similar information to what Bondar knows, is the stab wounds that you've seen up until now have been made by something jagged, sharp, and not necessarily conventional weapon. But the insight does show, I didn't get a chance to fully explain this. As you walked in, Czar and Vondar, as you saw it for the first time, you see Feldnot's body pinned to the ground with these spikes. And it is a fair assessment to look at these creatures' wings and look at these metal shards and be like, yeah, these are related.
Azar believes these are the guys that killed Feld.
It looks.
I would ask if you want help or if you can do this alone. Knowing that you can do this alone, I would ask what you would prefer.
Hearing the words of my party, hearing Riven repeat them again, I say, I don't ever want to be alone. I am with you all.
Oh, that's nice.
I share similar sentiments to not being alone.
Irvin would repeat, as am I, brother.
And it took all Czar's anything in order just to get words out without him screaming and just utter utter terror.
You would hear Riven, give me a moment while we get rid of Feld, and we can deal with him in a minute. And then we will get rid of these guys. And Riven would pick up Feld. And I can't open my dimension, can I?
Nope. You are currently not in godly form. By the way, is Jolly with the party?
Jolly's here.
I was asking if you want me to move you towards the party.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You're good.
In the wrong room. Yes.
Well, you started in the right room. You just got well. I might have put you in somebody. I'm sorry. You like being in the wall, I've noticed.
If you want, I have somewhere we can put his body.
I would say if Sar feels it appropriate, then we will put him there.
Well, I have a container that can keep his body cold or hot if that's what he would prefer, as well as a chest that preserves things. But his body would be safe in there.
He holds up the uh he's like, I cannot choose between my dad's, my mom, or my brother.
And then we will help.
Hopefully that's not a mispronunciation. Dad's is accurate. Czar. Because it pertains to you specifically. Odd or even high or low.
That's a highly odd question to ask, sir. I appreciate you asking.
Well, it's high. You feel a tingle in the back of your mind. B, they, are, interpret that information how you will, but that is the information you hear. A familiar voice that sounds eerily like Feld saying that to you, but you're not getting the full message.
Repeat.
B, they, are.
Did anyone else hear that, or is it just me?
Just you.
Czar, be brave, Czar. Beat the fuck out of him, Czar.
Or
You're right. I can hear, feel, all in my mind. I drop to my knees.
Is he still fighting those things?
He hasn't started fighting yet.
I think he's having internal monologue.
Conflict. just in case you need a closer look.
I know what I want to do, but you guys need to choose. And the snakes are gonna wrap around me and kind of like cocoon me to stop me from doing something I shouldn't do.
Get a little bit freaked out, guys.
Oh no.
And the last thing I say as the cocoon curls around me, I understand Simamar.
Oh. That's good.
I would say we should probably get around the corner.
Yeah.
What's about to happen?
He's probably going to explode.
I'm gonna hand you the body and say get around the corner.
Stay cover!
Do we want to cover our ears?
Probably your eyes.
I mean, she'll pop on her glasses. Anyone doesn't want the ears spilling out good in 10 feet. And she'll put on her noise suppression field.
I can't explode. I've never exploded.
No, what the
I ain't
snakes?
taking no chances. My eyes and ears are protected.
You know what? Hold on. He can't hurt me. Oh, he probably could actually, but you know what? We are in this together. Although he did ask us to make the decision. I think that this is a trial because the easiest thing for Zar to do, well, is to simply kill these guys. But I think mercy and forgiveness is the answer to this trial set before you, Zar.
You know what? I'm gonna go hug Zar.
When did I? Oh, that's right. I turned off my fucking thingamajig. Oh, Jolly, you're still hurt. Here's a healing touch.
Mm.
Zar, I know you
And
don't need it in your cocoon, but here, have a healing touch.
I'm gonna use wild talent. So it's I guess just Simamar and Zar because they're the closest to be the only ones that feel it. But Zar would feel say a feeling of a taste of apple pie.
Hey. It doesn't taste as good as my mom's, but it's pretty good.
Well, it's I guess the taste or smell. You know, it's
Yeah.
a feeling of, I guess, a peaceful feeling to help transition whatever's about to transpire. As I'm hugging them.
Oof.
So, what's happening?
They're waiting to see themselves as
Okay. So is the DM. We all wait with bated breath.
Even the Ligurian captains here are just waiting with bated breath because they haven't done shit.
Well, I mean, they may or may not have killed everybody.
Hey, green floating dudes, do you like speak with words?
No. They just appear to stare at you.
I'll ask them.
Their answer was no.
No. I'll ask them in Celestial. Do you speak?
No. They don't appear to.
Telepathically, I will enter his mind and be words, motherfucker. Do you use them?
Well, which one specifically?
We'll do the second from the top to the right. Yeah, that one.
Oh. Well. As you attempt to enter this creature's mind, it feels like trying to break into a well-fortified castle. In order to proceed, you'll need to make an intelligence check.
I gotcha. I will knock upon the barred gates. Okay. Oh, that happened.
And it's actually even higher than that because I wasn't taking the other part of the plus 20, so it's a 50.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you attempt to knock and pass through this mental barrier, this fortress, and you feel no purchase. It's very strong.
Yeah, it's like knocking to a wall, literally. And I will say that out loud.
bloody thumb pokes through.
Oh, okay. Then I will pick up the cocoon and walk away with it.
Which way was the thumb pointing, up or down?
Up. Sorry.
Okay.
I have abducted the czar. Find anything that looks like an exit, Vondar?
No, not yet. I was waiting to see what happened.
Hey, Von.
He did-
Von, make a perception check. To the right of Simamar, there is a table. There appears to be 3 more books, and to your left, one of the stones appears to be discolored from the rest.
I'll look at the stone.
It's very well made. That you would not have noticed this without being as perceptive as you are. You feel like the lowest you could have had to be in order to see this is like a 45. But you notice that while it is the same color, I misspoke. It's a different pattern. It's the same color as the wall. The pattern of the stone cut is just slightly different. It is so minute of a detail that you're fairly certain everyone else would miss this. But it looks like a smaller square inside a bigger square.
Okay. Can I move the brick at all? Push it?
You couldn't move it, but when you press your hand against it, it depresses, and you hear a very loud click from somewhere within the dungeon.
Well, I did something.
Want to see if it's where all the goons are, or do you want me to go see if it's
Could we tell that when we heard the click, or too echo?
It was fairly far away.
Angel guys.
No, more to your north.
Alright, Czar, we're going on a field trip.
In your head. Am I right? There was the upper stairs.
In your raid, there was upper rooms.
Someone make a perception check.
Do not.
Right.
If you were coming this way, it was on the right somewhere.
Oh.
Make a perception check.
Perception, here we go.
There's a light to your north that wasn't there before. And in this room, another trapdoor.
Telepathically to everyone. I believe I found the exit to the next room. Or the next room. Head back the way we came, because we're in that dining room with the fireplace.
Can I take a look at the notebooks before I follow?
Make a investigation check. As you're flipping through these, something you probably did expect, but maybe not necessarily. These don't appear to be books on making, like, armor, equipment, and stuff like that. These appear to be, like, alchemical recipes. More specifically, the elusive potion, the elusive recipe for making mana potions. Or potions of spell restore, as some call them.
Is Jolly?
I am.
Well, I am.
If
No,
Riven,
I'm not an alchemist. I just make coffee.
I'll show them to Riven then.
They do appear to be genuine. You didn't know how to make it before, but based on the instructions in this book, you are fairly confident you could replicate and make potions of spell restore.
Nice. That's awesome. I will make note of that and save it for later, because I'm sure we will need it in the future.
Is there any other?
In the room that you're currently in, no. There doesn't appear to be any more books. Just half-burnt scrolls.
Pretty easy to get.
No, they appear... You can understand why this is not an easy task to execute, and why these are a little bit more expensive than the average potion.
Got it.
Makes me wonder what we missed in my dungeon with you guys finding all this stuff. The world will never know.
To your north, Thunder. I'm not gonna make you roll. You have a high passive. You would have noticed the subtle difference in light to your north.
Oh, north. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. So, is everybody gonna take the trapdoor?
I already did.
And as everybody goes through this trapdoor, same sensation. This is where we're gonna leave off for tonight.
I wonder who's going first.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out to stream today. If you enjoyed our content, please feel free to drop us a follow. We would really appreciate the support. And tune in Mondays and Wednesdays for our D&D content. Want to keep up with the events and extra streams? Please check out our Facebook and Twitter to keep up to date on the schedule releases and updates for the streams, including extra streams that we may not have on schedule. And if you would like to see previous content that we've done, check us out on YouTube at Epitaph of Creation. Thank you so much for coming out today, and have a good night, everybody.